Can I get a oh yeah? I hate myself. Good morning. Good morning, you guys. Welcome in. Oh. So, we have a full day. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in, you guys. My day's been good. I've been up since 5 a.m. Took a nap. I've already taken a nap. Some of you guys haven't even woken up yet. No, everyone's awake. What's up? Did someone say NieR? Yes. So the game plan is going to be fun today. We're going to be mixing two soundtracks that have nothing to do with each other. NieR and Prototype, because these two are requests from the highest tier I have on Patreon. This is the Prototype 1 soundtrack mixed with the NieR soundtrack. So I'm going to grab both of these. The rest of this month we'll have selections from Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Stanley Parable. Oh no, the Stanley something. We're going to be here for a while. And then afterwards, if there's time in my day, I'll be playing some Battlefield and that typing game demo. That Battle Royale, that's a typing game, just because it triggers some part of me that is deeply, deeply, deeply competitive. Yeah, and then at 4 o'clock today, I'll be popping out and not streaming. And then tomorrow we'll be back with tomorrow I get an X-ray on my foot, and then I'll be back for. God, I do not deserve. This thumbnail is so good. I do not deserve Raul. That is preposterously good. How does he make something so incredible in 10 minutes? Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. Good morning. Why Prototype? Well, I just explained it. Because this is the upper tier of my Patreon. And I wanted to say thank you to Dark Lord and Callie for requesting both of these. We're going to start with Prototype and then pop over to NieR. Kind of an OST listen with some stops and starts as we go. And definitely talk about it throughout the listen. So let me just get started. Here we go. This is Alex's theme. I never played this. I never played Prototype, but I've heard very good things. I remember Prototype 2 was popular. It's interesting how the string work here. Just a really nice build-up. Temu Venom, yeah, for sure. That's funny. For sure. No doubt about that. You feel the building, bubbling tension there? Body. Goes dissonant into lower neighbor into upper neighbor. And this is a twisting. You hear the. I love how the repetitive motion there. That's the bubbling aspect, right? Crescendo, big crescendo into a new musical idea, kind of swells. But you hear how that actually has sadness in it too. strong. Oh, Chris Velasco composed this. Chris is a very good composer. He worked on Lords of the Fallen. He worked on Bloodborne. Chris has done a lot of stuff. My BF gifted me the Time Stranger game, Digimon. Yay! That's terrific, Yoshi. So happy for you. All right, next up is Memory in Death. Oh, is it really? I sure would like to. Keon. Wow, so, sort of like, yeah, soft decay there. Obviously extremely percussive. But then it stops and then we get that slow ba-dee-da-dee-da. This sounds like bees, you know? And then you get strong beats like a dum, 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 dum. I like how that too creates terrific sense of tension. The slight rhythmic melodic movement there. And it feels like an insurmountable thing, you know? Then it fades out. It feels like losing control, kind of. Yeah, it's cool. Again, I mean, you know, do I think that that's a track that, like, you should listen to in isolation, like, on a really nice walk? No. I think it serves its purpose really well. I definitely think it's well composed. It's, you know, it feels like decay. It feels like a you know, like there's a bit of tension in that that's obviously there. I'm curious to hear more. Things to come is next. Let's see. So, is everything tense in this? Let's watch some gameplay. You know, I think overall the predominant thing that I hear is just that mixture of the human with the inhuman, or the, you know, I mean, look, actually kind of incredible. The sort of merging of all the different like things within it, you know. Okay, this is in the web. Running, chasing, there's constant sense of dodging bullets, twisting around, like a superhuman power. I mean, I would say a lot of the tracks are obviously kind of sound the same, but this one has some moments of built-up intention. I'd love the game. I don't doubt it. I regret never playing it. Holy fuck. Oh, it absorbs. It's on Steam? That's a random bystander. Ah, so you also absorb their memories and life. It's full priced? What? He threw the car at the... That's terrific. Oh, so he's infected. Ah, I see. So that's part of it too, is that there's an infection at play. So it's almost like running against the clock. Ah, that's why it sounds the way it does. Let's do first and last. You know what I love about this track in particular? So we have this constant, right? We constantly sort of build up, right? But then on top of that, we also get the thudum, the heavy brass. Good morning, the thudum, the heavy brass hits, and I think that's like the face to face with an enemy, and it's almost like you, let's say you're playing the character Alex, and you start to lose your humanity, and like it's almost like the anger kind of takes over, and it's fun because the feeling there is just like your whole body's tense and like, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of exciting. It's exciting, you know. And the drums too are losing self-control. Oh, they're both on Steam. Oh shit. This trailer looks terrible. So this is actually interesting. This is different than so all the tracks have had a similar kind of sound. So it's honestly, it's pretty hard to talk about each single one differently because they kind of, what I would say in a compliment to Prototype's music is that it's all like one big arc of similar sound. So like it has a very cohesive musical footprint. You know, but what's different about this piece is that we've had a lot more brass influence, which is really fun because the brass is heavier. So it's more like, you know, it's like the tanks rolling up or some shit. You know what I mean? Actually, that has a very similar rhythm to the Rite of Spring. Hold on. How'd they get 4K 60? That's crazy. I feel like this is a song of revelation. You know? It's definitely so far right off the bat. It's the slowest song we've had so far. This is Prototype. He said, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to kill you. That's funny. So this song is much more of a revelation, right? The way that it's slowed down and it feels like coming to terms with what we are. Oh, I love the piano back there. Da-dee, 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 da-dee. Almost like, why do I have to be this way? Why do I have to feel this way? There's the frustration. There's like sadness in the sound of change, you know? Don't blame me for becoming what you have been calling me. Ah, yeah. The monster, right? I would assume. Oh, he's an amnesiac. That track plays when you're in the game, in the in-game menus. Wow. Music feels viral. Oh! There's a lot of agitation in it, though, isn't there? There's a lot of frustration in the sound too. A lot of like it's cool because it like does what it's supposed. It does its thing. Like it's like fine, I'll be the monster, but there is also this feeling of like I don't want to be. You know what I mean? There's a sort of agitation, especially with the French horns in there. puppy, 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 puppy. And that's a recurring musical idea. Wow. And then the trumpet in the back, really powerful stuff. Yeah, oh, I wish that kept going. Okay. Ooh, it's nice. I love this, that pressed sound. And then over top, you have the strings just like pressing into the upper register. It's again, a lot of the things that I mentioned earlier are kind of at play with most of these, so I'm not going to repeat myself too much, but if something really pops out, I'll say it. Hello. Yeah, motif is a recurring pattern, yes. The music is something, yeah. This has nice, this has lovely rhythm. Yeah, we were just watching some of the game a minute ago. Ooh, see now. I like when games do this. Especially in the upper register with Sopranos, kind of, you know, obviously you can hear it. It creates a sense of tension in the sound, but also too, what's really fun is that it really is unholy. I love that sound. A bubbling feeling, you know, it really is constrictive. That's because it wouldn't be a reaction. I love Hitman. I love Hitman's music. I'm a big Hitman fan, actually. I do like these slower songs. Notice this natural build-up here as well. Like that. It's the same thing. Appreciate the lower strings there. That was the main menu. Okay, this is Under the Knife. That's a good question. Sorry. The question was, have I ever listened to an OST that I didn't like at all, and then I listened to it in context and I liked it? And I think the clearest example off the top of my head is the Sonic Crossworlds remixes of some of the tracks, like Apotos mainly. I absolutely hated the Apotos remix from Sonic Crossworlds. I still don't really like it. Says Windmill Isle. It does not hit. It does not hit out of context. But because here's the original. Come on. There's. You get some really nice drum and bass. Here's the. But also I'm extremely biased because Sonic Unleashed is one of my favorite soundtracks. I listen to it fairly regularly, like only the day-night themes and the area themes. So I say that because when I played Crossworlds, which we actually might get to some Crossworlds. I haven't played the Minecraft thing. I might play it after NieR today, a little bit. When I got to it in the game Sonic Racing Crossworlds, I actually liked it a lot more. So I kind of like forgave it, as it were. But it was tough to listen to at first. Yeah, I was not a fan. And still, I still don't enjoy it, like sitting here listening to it. Like if you're like, put that on, I'm gonna be like, absolutely not. What was another game? Last month I listened to Kirby and the Forgotten Land, the DLC music, and it was good out of context, but it wasn't anything that like drove me crazy that I like had to listen to more. And then I went ahead and played it, and I really enjoyed it. I would say the same thing about Splatoon music, where out of context is kind of like whatever, but in context, Splatoon music goes pretty hard. It's very fun to listen to. I also think in general, there's a lot of, so I'm watching Fate Zero on Patreon right now, and we're almost done actually. I have like 5 more episodes. I love Fate Zero. I would say some of that music is better in context than out of context. Like I'm not gonna listen to like, I don't know, anime's tricky. Anime's a different ballgame though. Is there anything else? Honestly, if I don't like music, I don't play the game. Yeah, I can't think of anything that I've like really didn't like, and then I was like, I gotta play it to see. Yeah, that's all I got. So, okay, wait, this is actually really interesting. So the dominance of the string movement in this is really cool because you have actually 2 things happening here, and this is worth pointing out. So check this out. Let me see if I can rewind a little bit. I think right here. Yeah, so you have da-dum, dee-dum, da-dum, 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 dee-dum, da-dum, da-dum, and then underneath you have da-dee-da-dee, da-dee-da-dee, da-dee-da-dee-da, and that's cool because it essentially like it causes confusion, which is really interesting. You hear that? Da 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 da. And then you get like this industrial hit. I think it represents the city and, you know, maybe the mixture of Xenogears. Yeah, of course, yes. Not a lot of it, but we just listened to Godsip the other day. Actually, you get some pretty fun piano movement underneath there. Squirtle? I know what it is. But I would say one of the more consistent things about this is just how consistent it is with its direction and constant sort of propulsion. You know what I mean? And inhumanity and decay. This has creepy strings again, which I really enjoy, because it's like mental shifts and pulling out. Wait, where's that, EXO? I stream both on YouTube and on Twitch, yeah, concurrently. You hear it? I have not played Prototype, but I have played up until the second ending of NieR. Oh. This is cool. Thanks, EXO. I'll take a look at this. Wow, interesting. Whoa. No new entries will be added. Oh, welcome in, Curry. I know. I need to go back. I'm a big fan of the music, obviously, but... What a fun way to start a morning. Yeah, great idea. Okay. Cool. Oops. Really, Melvino? Nope, we're listening to Prototype first. I saw the demo went live. I've heard basically all of NieR Replicant soundtrack. For what it's worth. A lot of people prefer the OG. Oh, I play it day one. I really like the accents there with the vocals, because it sort of, as we progress through the soundtrack, we end up, the idea is that we lose humanity because of the mixing and matching of the, you know, the, whatever the virus or like the virus that's within this character is, right? So I think the idea of of the female vocals up at the very top sort of, well, they allude to inhumanity, but also like there's like the last glimmers of personhood, possibly, you know. That's okay to say, yeah, of course, by all means. This feels like a last-ditch effort. I didn't play NieR Reincarnation, but I heard amazing things about the soundtrack. Damn, that's crazy. What? Ooh. I really like the vocal flair in some of these pieces. Hello. Though I'd say overall, what I said earlier about I don't think much of my perspective on individual pieces has changed too much, because the themes are actually really well thought out in each track. So a lot of that sort of, again, balance between the human side and the sick virus side and so on and so forth. It's just sort of, it's kind of hard to analyze in the sense that like those themes are consistent throughout each of these pieces, which is pretty great. Enjoy your lurk, no problem at all. But overall, I mean, it has been interesting to listen to. This back half is actually more interesting in some ways. like this is interesting, right? Like, so this is like a voice where they've cut up and chopped it up so it sounds like it's like there's like a gasping quality, you know what I mean? Like, which is, I think, kind of interesting. And I mean, this is a chase, right? Like this is a chase. Which game is that, Ghoul? Oh, The Legend of Spyro. Yeah, yeah. I appreciate how heavy this is, too. Men like gods. Ooh, ooh. I like how, you know, it kind of borrows the concepts of horror games, doesn't it? Ba ba dee da 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 dee da dee da dee da da ba da dee. Wow, I have a lot of energy today. Man, maybe the sleep apnea mask is working. Maybe my CPAP is working. I woke up at 5 today and it literally was like, I'm gonna get up and film 2 episodes of Fate Zero. And I was like, that's bizarre because it was 5 a.m. And then I went back to bed for 3 hours. And then I had to take Luna to the vet just for like her biannual blood work and stuff. And I'm like awake. Oh, I like this. But I'm tired. But I'm awake. Okay. Anyway, I like beta, unrelated. Beta, the ADHD. Beta, I'm still getting used to saying that. Dee da dee da dee da dee da dee da dee da da. Again, when it comes to like context, I don't really know what this song is doing, but what I appreciate anyway, and I guess what I wanted to highlight rather than analyze, what I really appreciate about this is that there's a latent tension in the upper register piano, combined with the sort of low growling gravelly sound of the left hand, sort of the bass, and so the upper register is working, and it creates this wonderful feeling of, well, I mean, of stress, doesn't it? It's intense, you know what I mean? Because this is a drone, you know? My special power. I'm sorry to hear that. I think finding the path to, well, so I discovered that I actually don't have that many apnea/hypoxia events during the night. So what I do have is like 18 events per night of other respiratory stuff, which is why I tend to snore very loudly, and I find that I'll wake up and usually I'm just exhausted. Hey, what's up, Jesus? So it's tough. I mean, I'm also overweight, so there's a couple factors that come into play when it comes to, like weight loss and, sleep is, I'm really trying to prioritize it much more because it's really the most important thing. Especially, I mean, I think you can get away with it in your 20s. When you hit your 30s, I feel like, especially after 35, I find that, man, I miss the days where I could go to bed at 2 and wake up at 8 and be like, what's up, bitch? I'm ready to start the day. But now I really struggle with, if I don't go to bed by 11, I definitely feel like ass. Oh, yeah. Back half of 30s, start to feel it. It sucks. I love this rhythm. Yep. Yeah, and then we'll be playing some games later. We'll be playing probably some Battlefield, I would say. We'll see how far we get. I have to stop at 4, so that's in 4 hours. Hey, Matthias, how are you? Oh yeah, mage. No kids, no kids. Well, I mean, 2 dogs. No kids. Okay. Usually recon, but it depends on the map. I haven't found a recon. Some of the maps aren't really great for recon. That's right. Hey FPS, what's up? Ba-bum. Ba-bum. Thank you. Thanks, Roy. Hey, Nolan, how are you? And then here too. So, you know, yeah, so I like how in the back you get this really lovely Bop Yada. So again, we're on the last track of this particular, or 2 tracks left in this soundtrack. And overall, what I would say, and I guess I'll touch on it now rather than at the end, is the fact that while I do think that the soundtrack has a tendency to be a little bit one note. A lot of it tends to be very fast rhythmically. You know, there's not a lot of it's complex in the sense that it's composed complexly. Like, obviously, I don't think it's like composed poorly or anything. But it tends to sound it has a very specific sound type. And you could take it the glass half empty way and say, well, that's kind of boring because it kind of stays the same way. It doesn't change. You could say that. Or you could say that it's a glass half full option is you say, well, that's actually really good because it all has one specific sound type. And what it does is it creates a sense of tension that it kind of permeates through the entire soundtrack. And I'm a glass half full kind of guy. So I would default to that sentiment. Like, I do feel like overall, would I listen to this soundtrack again? Only if I was playing the game. I don't think I would ever sit down and listen to the Prototype soundtrack for fun. But what I would say is that I think it really, really knows what it's trying to do. There's some really nice motivic stuff that we've heard. It's also really short. It's 47 minutes without all the stops and starts that I took. So, you know, it's got the creepy string stuff works unbelievably well. I think that song that had the piano over top was really interesting. I also felt that the motivic use of Alex's theme body really apparent. I think that works really well. But the drums, percussion hits, there was some really nice horn use in there as well that kind of added a bit of flavor. But the thing is, like, at the end of the day, like, what I said for one piece is basically what I would say for all of them. So take that as you want it. I don't necessarily think that is, I don't think that's a bad thing, but I definitely think that this is one of those soundtracks where it's like, yes, and I think it's good for the context. No, I don't think it's good for listening outside like we are now. Doesn't mean it's bad, obviously, but that's just my 2 cents on the sort of whole package. Oh, congrats, you just finished? Excellent. Oh, that's cool. I mostly just feel bad for Prototype fans because you guys are starving. I don't think there is. It's hard to be a fan of a game that. Listen, that's me with Bloodborne. It's hard to be a game that that you may not ever see again. Like, it's terrific hits here. Right? Again, I really appreciate the brass. Okay, and then the final track is The Last Man. I love Darksiders, by the way. Darksiders 2 is one of my comfort games. I don't play it often, but I have very fond memories of it, and I almost always have it installed in any device. Just because it's great. See, this is that theme again. So this is the main motif here. I'm sorry, I meant Darksiders 2, not 3. Did I say 3? Darksiders 3 was not received well. I actually never played 2. I never played 3. I heard Genesis was good. The music of Genesis is enjoyable. You like how... So this now actually has some hope behind it. And then actually so it's interesting. We end because of decay. Which is really cool. No, just the first one. I appreciate that we have that main motif again, and then at the end we just slide down and die, which is really interesting. You know? Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Dark Lord, for... Normally we would do Dark Lord's requests at 5 p.m., but I wanted to kind of crunch a prototype because I was supposed to stream this and NieR the week that my foot got fractured. So I just squeezed them together. Also, my brain is so Digimon pressed right now that like my brain cannot handle. Like I have a backlog of videos, but I'm looking at the face of the tunnel without any videos coming, and I'm like, ooh, Marco, you're not a streamer, you're a YouTuber. It's different. But there's so many great games out right now, and I'm a gamer. Like I've been playing games since I was 7, and the Warframe update tomorrow, God, there's like so much stuff. And I started playing Yakuza Like a Dragon earnestly. I really actually would like to hey, you know what I heard? So I was playing Final Fantasy Type 0 in bed last night. That game's not bad. Why have I heard nothing but bad things about that? It is one of the most graphic, disgusting, hardcore Final Fantasies I've ever played. The first scene, you literally watch a chocobo and another character die. And I was like, fuck yeah, this is amazing. I mean, the combat's a little bit stiff, but I got no problem with it. Anyway, all right, we're going to pop over to NieR now. Of course, those of you that know NieR know that NieR actually is what started this channel. I have a very special place in my heart for NieR. Yeah, I'll be playing Twilight Princess at the end of this month into next month. As soon as I finish as soon as I finished Digimon, actually. Uh, I if we go all the way back, my oldest video is how does Final Fantasy run on a MacBook M1 Air, which, how old was I? 4 years ago? So I was 34. I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about how Final Fantasy XIV runs on the MacBook M1. As you can see here, this is just me walking around riding NieR. I paid money for that. It was super worth it. Wow, that's crazy. And then my second video, the first video I ever did that that actually, like, I remember this. This is very special for me. So 3 years ago, almost 4, I uploaded this Kind of Salvation video, and I had listened to, and I had fiddled with doing a lot of work. Like, I don't know. I was on TikTok at the time, right when TikTok had sort of popped for the first time, and I remember doing like sort of like, let's listen to video game music together, and it never went anywhere. And I was like, okay, cool. And then, so after my split with my ex-fiance, and my dad was really sick, and I think he had already passed by the time I started filming this channel. Yeah, I don't know why Kind of Salvation was the first thing I kind of touched on. And I think it was because it's one of my favorite pieces of video game music. And really all of these early ones are all pretty much my favorite things, because that was what I was pulling from. I wasn't pulling from other people's suggestions at that point. And yeah, I don't know, it changed everything. And it's been wild, to be able to become friends with Emmy, and shout out with Janique, and then I met Okabe-san at the NieR concert when I went, and that was like, I was like starstruck. I was like so anxious to meet him. And obviously I don't speak Japanese, so I got a chance to talk to him and tell him how much his music had kind of changed my life. I've heard, so this I'm fairly certain we're listening to NieR, not Replicant, for the record, but I have heard both. So yeah, it's been really something. Obviously I came to the NieR series with NieR Automata, and I still haven't finished NieR. Oops. So we definitely need to do that. Maybe at the end of this year, maybe November. I just like sit down and finish. But I do love it. And yeah, but it's just crazy.
In the context of the character, kind of.
It's crazy to think about.
What do we feel when we listen to the opening theme of Final Fantasy XIV,
That's 40 pounds lighter here.
Away from the context of what makes Final Fantasy XIV amazing? The characters, the appreciate this music together. Okay, let's do it.
And I think, my sort of modus operandi, the reason, the what I do now is it's shifted and morphed over the years. But sorry for getting, this is all about me. Sorry, I don't mean to get too, we're here for the music, but I'll talk about myself for a little bit too. Like, it's, I just have such a special place in my heart for this. And you really NieR and Square Enix and all these people really changed my life. And I'm like so immensely grateful that I get to like sit here with, a bunch of you and just, almost 200 people. It's so special. Hey, Robzo. Yeah, I can't express to you how special it is to share in music and share in the conversation around music. Hey Lloyd, what's up? Will we be able to see your NieR playthrough anywhere? You'll see it on. Yeah, I'll stream it probably, most likely. Hi. That's terrific. Well, what is your language? Maybe I can speak it. Yeah, definitely. It's crazy to see the change. So, all right, let's dive in. We'll probably just hang out and listen. Callie is usually pretty okay. Obviously, I'll talk about certain things, but in general, you got to shake Uematsu's hand. Holy hell. Wow. I saw a streamer was walking past him in like some suburb of Japan, and I wouldn't know what I would have done. Like I've actually him and Soken are two people that I really would love to extend. You know, I would love to do an interview with Uematsu if he wanted to. Like, I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck I would say, to be honest. It would be so, yeah, otherworldly. All right, let's dive in. So this is Gestalt. I'm sorry, this is not Replicant. This is the OG. So that's my bad. Did I write? I have heard the Replicant versions, of course. But for this, the prescribed one that is desired is the OG. So, which honestly I'm kind of fine with. I don't mind Replicant. I think that the remixes are nice. But there are some things like Snow and Summer that hit really hard. Yeah. Soken was on the next lane. Oh my god, that's crazy. I love Snow and Summer. Snow and Summer is a special one. And unfortunately, these are all the Japanese, so I actually don't know all the titles. I love how it starts with just this very plain vocal children's chorus. Comes up from the top with the support underneath. So we have two essentially parallel ideas. Also no vibrato. And then the slide down is actually incredibly important to this. And then the press on the E. Go back up. Dissonance right there as we slide down on the bass. And then we move in unison here. I'm going to be shouting over the music the whole time. Sorry. Very tight. Then we go back up. Support by the bass. Pop up. Slide down. And then... And the percussion here is interesting. It drives the force, even though realistically we don't change too much about the vocals, but it's the percussion that gives that sense of impetus and danger and stress. But that E vowel is so interesting there. Nolan. Wait, I want to just say one more thing about this slide. I think the slide is probably the most important part of the song, to be perfectly honest with you. The slide is unreasonably important. And honestly, of all the things in this piece, I think the slide is really the crux of it, because the slide, when we slide in, I also don't want to spend 4 hours on this, so I'm going to try to keep my shit kind of on lock. But it's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite soundtracks. So I will be mentally depleted by the end of this. I can already tell. The slide is so important because So the way that we approach da da da, so we re-emphasize da dee da da. So when we slide down, actually this is something that I'm pretty sure in Replicant we actually don't slide, which is I think egregious. So not to be a purist, it's not about being purist. So when we slide up, it's decay. Da dee. So we pop up da dee da. And when you muddy a movement and notes, ba be ba ba, when you muddy it, when you slide, that's when we get it's almost like it creates musical nuance. Because if you go no, 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 okay. No, fine. But when you go da da, and it's also a fat slide. It's not da dee da. There's also differences in that. Can you hear that? Da dee da. It's very different from da dee da. Super cool. But also, notice that there's no slide before, because if there was a double slide, it would lose impetus. It would lose tension. So going da dee da is very, 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 very cool. And it creates, desperation and fear and tension and drama. And all of that's all built up because you also have the support of the lower voices in the bass sound that are kind of elevating and supporting that, moving in harmony, moving most of the time in the movement is in harmony, but the notes are different, right? So we're moving in unison and in harmony, which creates a real nice buoying and support system, so that then when it's time for, it's a fucking great piece. And then to strip away the vocals and have it doubled in the strings too, I think just like reiterates desperation and tension. And I love, it's the first fucking song. This is what you hear in the entire, this is the setup, And then even there they slide. And then the fade away. Oh, it's so good. So good. Is this Bluebird? Oh no, it's Hills of Radiant Wind. I'm actually not a big fan of this. It definitely I think it's just because I've heard it 1,000 times. Actually, wait. So I think something that Emmy does really well there. So there's a bit of an open vowel there, which is really, I think it does a great job of showcasing space and you know, kind of a real. I wouldn't describe this as a pastoral per se, where, you know, obviously it takes place in an open field, but there's definitely like a sense of buoyancy in it, of course, and there's a sense of space, and I like how we also hear that sense of space with the ah vowel, you know. Oh, I've heard all the remixes. I have, yeah. It's I love this. And the reason why that's so lovely is because of the repetition. I mean, also it's the most replayed section of this little track. Ba ba dee da ba da da. This is possibility. It's hope. It's excitement. Ba dee pa 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 ba da. Ba dee pa 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 ba ba. Repetition is important. Yeah, like I said, I mean, it definitely showcases, you know, yeah, you said it best. Welcome to Adventure is definitely there. It's a real, it feels like freedom, and it feels like space, and I really appreciate that. I got to be honest, some of these tracks, they're hard for me to analyze sometimes, because if I've experienced something in context, I mentioned this recently in I think it was actually in Violet Evergarden. Where, hey, what's up, Bruce? I was watching Violet Evergarden, and I found myself not really talking about the soundtrack anymore, because it's almost like the soundtrack and the context, they do so much of the heavy lifting that then it's really hard to remove the scenery from the mind's eye. And when you're seeing the context and the soundtrack in the specific place where it belongs, I think it's really hard to use your imagination, because it's given to you. So some of these tracks, like with that, I know exactly what I'm looking at mentally when I hear that song. So it's a little bit harder for me to come up with something interesting to say, because I know exactly what it looks like, you know what I mean? And also it's well, in that case, what I would say too is it's kind of a unique piece, because usually when we think of, like, you know, RPGs that have like open space, they're like a Final Fantasy or something, there's a very specific kind of sound that goes into an overworld theme. And while I wouldn't necessarily call this like a full-blown overworld theme, it still showcases that sort of like grand adventure sound. But yeah, I can see the big green fields and so on and so forth. It's tough to talk about. Oh, this is the temple. Yeah. But also, I also want to make a point. I won't stop and start too much, but I want to make a point as well. The instrumentation is extremely unique. It's not Bluebird yet. I think Bluebird's next, actually. But this is the tempo track. I can't remember. But anyway, what I find really interesting is that mixing the mallet instrument, whatever the instrument is, with the voices, and there's a sort of ritualistic. Is this Bluebird? I thought Bluebird was B-A-D. Well, it doesn't matter. But so there's a natural sort of otherworldliness through this sound because it's unique and different. Temple of the Drifting Sands. And ultimately, last thing I'll say, ultimately you get this open sound, which I think really works and is kind of this, again, it has a real, I don't want to say religious element to it, but it has a very, Bluebird's next. It has a very like a column of sound, right? Like monks, or throat singing. There's a kind of space in it that is it envelops you and it also welcomes you at the same time. And I think it's so cool. I love talking about music like this because it's so specific to like my interpretation and my experience with the music, and what you guys or whatever you're listening, however you're listening to it is different. And how you're interpreting it is different. But to me, like, and that's the best part about music. And it's why I hate when people are like, well, this is right and this is wrong, because there's no such thing. It's just so like rich, even though it's spacious, you know what I mean? And the column of sound, you know? Yeah, this temple's kind of annoying. I agree. The shifting camera in this temple is kind of a little tedious. Yeah, I often wonder why the sounds are chosen the way they are. It's interesting how now that we have the female vocals, there's much more melancholic and much more there's a brokenness in that sound, yeah. And there's a clash because they're totally different, you know. There's a conflict there vocally because they're not linked. and then we're in unison. Now we're pulled together, and we're bonded. You know. And listen to the percussion too. Right? Some real strong beats there. The thing is too that I find really interesting. I saw some discussion in the chat about the difference between NieR and or NieR / Replicant / versus Automata. Is that in my mind, Automata feels more modern. There's a modern sensibility to the sound, whereas Gestalt and NieR to a lesser Replicant to a lesser degree is more structured. Is much more like, you know, the difference between Baroque and Romantic music, if that makes sense, if you understand those terms. Like Baroque is much more about form and structure and in order and organization, which is why classical deviated from the Baroqueness of the Baroque qualities and tried to loosen up the form a little bit. And then Romantic takes that as a response, and everything's a response to something else, right? So you have Baroque, you know, classical is a response to Baroque. Romanticism is a response to classical writing, and then then you have an Impressionism, which is a different thing, and then you have like Expressionism, which is the total deviation and all that stuff. So there's a locked in quality with a lot of Gestalt soundtrack that deviates. I think Automata has a more of a modern, almost pop kind of approach. You know, and it's very interesting. This is Bluebird here. Fucking, oh, I love the crunch. I forgot about the crunch. I love it. So violent. And this is the first two bosses too. So this is when you get the sight of all the orbs and stuff hitting you in the face. I just find it so visceral, you know? my God, I'm moving up in the world, chat. I just discovered that my revenue, it used to be $1.60 per 1,000 views, but it's $2.52 per 1,000 views. I'm so rich. Oh. I'm so rich. $2 per 1,000 views. Yes. Woo. Wait, how much do I make a day? Hold on. $145 yesterday. Okay. Depends on the day. My average is like $100 a day. That's a day. $100 a day? And I work. It doesn't work. It's not quite 9 to 5, but wait. Just unrelated to this. Sorry. So wait. So what's that? That's 100. It's $12 an hour. Yeah. That's below minimum wage. Isn't minimum wage 15 in the States? Damn. Post-tax. No, tax is taken out all at once because I'm a 1099 employee. Very exciting. Some of us are what we affectionately call blue collar YouTubers that just have to show up every day. I can't take like a week off. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I know your boy works for his meals. Let's put it that way. I do obviously have sponsorships that come in and stuff, but your boy works. Your boy puts in the hours. Oh. You know, I find the mystery of this piece very interesting because as you enter into this like domain, everyone's like so disturbed. Don't open the door. You're not welcome here. Even the mayor, you know, it doesn't want to be. It's like stay the fuck away from me. You know what I mean? There's this like sort of this like resistance in it, which is really interesting. I love the backward vocals there. Hey Quest, what's up? Well, so what I find interesting though is that it does build. You know what I mean? It does build up, so it's not static. And it kind of, and I find that very interesting. Like, why does it not build? You know, like or why does it build? Excuse me. Why does it build? Why does it increase in momentum? Why is there direction in it? You know what I mean? Like if being that these people don't open the door for us, they don't involve us in anything. So everything is really closed off. So you would think that it would remain static, but it doesn't. It actually grows in volume. And the question becomes why? Why is it that there's this laden tension in the crescendo? You know what I mean? I find that very interesting. The area is a really interesting place. It builds almost paranoia, just like the people. I mean, it's certainly possible. You know what I mean? But that's the part that I find really interesting about the musical choice is that, like, why do we choose to do that? Because it's static. It's static. You know what I mean? And yet, the music is not static because crescendo is a choice. You know. Now, I'll tell you one thing in a second. They are repeating themselves, and it almost feels like, in some ways, you know what it is. My brain just went to the idea that maybe they recognize that by not opening their doors, they are actually willfully sacrificing anybody that goes out to whatever ails may occur outside of their homes. So, interestingly enough, I think that the reason they actually become crazed, if you notice the repetition of the upper voice, dee da dee da dee da dee da dee da da dee da da dee da dee pa 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 pa. So in my mind, it's actually madness. Because when they're isolated and when they're stuck alone, what ends up happening is that there's a deformation that occurs mentally. Which is it's an interesting idea. The idea that there's this constant sense of like fear of leaving the house, causing madness and mania, which is kind of, I don't know, I'm just spitballing, but. Yep. Everything you guys are saying is, I think accurate. Is this this is a meal? Oh, grandma, that's right. Oh, that's right. The one thought I have, and I've actually covered this, but this is good. So some of these I'm actually going to refilm. So I don't think anybody's ever seen this, but I'm actually going to go back and well, I hate the word react, but I haven't figured out the title. But I'm going to go back and revisit some of not only my more popular tracks, but also the tracks that I find really interesting, and revisit them. And one of them, of course, is, well, all of them are really these pieces that we're listening to today. But Grandma is really interesting, because Grandma is about turning a page. This is when kind of faces that thing, that being that, well, her grandma. And in this moment, when the shadow self, I mentioned this in my first listen, the shadow self comes through in the in the harmony, in the upper voice and in the lower voice. There's a really fine, like, duality in that sound, which I continue to think is exceptional and beautiful. And one of the really cool things is when this drum picks up. This is when we have to pick up the pieces of our life and say, look, we don't have a choice. This has to be done this way. What is it that has to be done? Only you can know, and you choose to take action, which is where the drums come, because the vocals don't change, but what changes is the emotional impetus that is represented by the drums, right? Now, the piano's still doing its thing. It's arpeggiating, it's rolling, right? That's not going anywhere. But what shifts is the emotional stakes and the commitment to oneself to follow through, right? And then we strip away that percussion, and we're still left with the sadness of having to navigate it. Yeah, Pluby, yeah, I know. I really do love that second voice. It's so subtle and so evocative. All right. Next. Oh. Hey, Davey, what's up? The Dobbies. Jonas, how are you? Jonas Almström. Hey, Edmani, how are you? I just like how relaxed that piece is. It's a very like it's just super thoughtful and nice, you know. Oh god, this. I'm not actually a huge fan of this. He does a great job though of showcasing the obviously the mechanical sound and it's always cool to hear like hammer hits and swings and stuff. I was just like genuinely so sad. Like this is one of those first like sad quests, you know? Sounds like she says I could steal you. The what trailer? I haven't finished Replicant. No, Michelle, no. Michele, scusa. No, non ancora. Ho finito la prima fase, il primo finale. Devo fare le altre tre. I really like City of Ruins. I finished ending A. Hey Natu, what's up? How's the honeymoon? You're looking at it. Thank you. I know. I did it once. I started it 2 years ago, and then I another game came out or something and I had to pivot. Again, tight, terrific harmonies. It's a great little. It's not my favorite piece, obviously, but it's very good. Oh, I forgot how pretty this is. Oh, this is the seafront. That's right. Isn't this a mandolin? This is the quest with the old lady, right? Yeah, it's nice. You can feel the sea breeze. Oh, this is the bar. It's the original. it's such a mood. It's such a mood. Ah, it's so beautiful. This is the house theme. Oh, City of... Oh yes, that's right. This is that the when you cross the desert, the sand. Wait, no, it's not. Wait, yeah, it is. I can't remember. That's right. Guys, this might turn it more into like a listen, unless something really comes to mind. I just realized that my brain has not disconnected, but my brain, I gave you a lot up front, and now my brain is tired. So plus listening to the Prototype soundtrack, so I'm a little bit, my energy's a little bit lower. So Salamat Paul, no worries. So just so you know, if I'm not as chatty, it's not because I'm not wanting to engage in the material, but more so just kind of enjoying listening. Which I also like to do, believe it or not. I always get kind of miffed when like people will say you're not talking enough or talking too much. I also just enjoy listening to music, which is a shocker. But not everything needs to be a teachable moment, which is one of the things I hate. I don't like everything being a teachable moment. I actually don't even like teaching. So I would prefer to just kind of vibe and enjoy with you and yeah. So. Just in case I kind of go AWOL mentally and don't speak. Is this the desert where you have to fight the wolves? Jesus, that's so gorgeous. I don't think I haven't heard this in a long time. Oh, it's the temple. Okay. It's kind of exalted, isn't it? Like it feels like a almost religious prayer, kind of. But it's also quite reflective in the way that it goes, you know? I forgot how beautiful this is. Damn. I love the momentum in that, in the percussion, in the bongo percussion or whatever the instrument choice is back there. But honestly, like there's such an interesting mix of going up into the upper register. It's almost sleepy, and very, very. There's a calm sort of like. I really liked that. I forgot about that piece. Or maybe I haven't. Maybe this is where I've. No, I'm sure I've seen this. I find it interesting that it's still sad, even though it has this real like propulsion and momentum in it. It still actually has like a sadness laden throughout it, which is really, really curious. It's almost like the cycle has to continue and move and can't cease, can't stop, you know? Even in the vocals, there's the vibrato has the sound of wanting to release. Okay, next. Again, acapella, no. choosing to end like that with acapella. So it's so interesting because I mean the piece repeats itself multiple times, and throughout the piece, the thing that I think sticks out to me the most is the sense of gravity. Especially when you add the percussion, this sort of slow. It's a bit of a dirge. So when you add this kind of funeral march procession thing, it really feels like this is it. Like there's no going back from this particular moment in time. We have to sort of, there's an awakening of the fact that like it's all over. There's nothing good that's going to come from any of the circumstances at play, and the vocals, you know, there's just a decay. There's just total decay, and the whole thing is just like a circular semblance of ruin, you know, and all you can do is just sit there and be like, well, that's the way it goes, you know, and there's sort of this like frustrated acceptance over it, which is, I think, very interesting musically. So we have a similar theme there. Essentially, we're suspending stress in the upper register there. It's sort of like micro. It's not actually micro movement, but where the sopranos are sitting, there's just like this like thread of tension that is pervasive throughout the entire piece. So even though they're not moving, there is movement in that tension. What's up, Viber? Again, dejection. You know, there's something so beautiful about a very. I know this is in NieR Automata as well. Like there's something so beautiful about a simple piano melody, a sad piano song that you just get yourself lost in and just feel and vibrate with. Like there's melancholy is such an interesting. I think melancholy is different than sadness, and I think melancholy is such a really interesting musical idea to play, a musical emotion to play with, right? Because melancholy melancholy is different than sadness. Sadness is more overt and direct, but melancholy is that shades of gray feeling where there's it's like a light rain, a drizzle versus a downpour, you know what I mean? Yeah. Ooh, the piano concert. That'll be fun. It also is interesting to get. Hey, Draco. To get the same idea but in a different instrumentation is also really interesting too. Yeah, and I think it's interesting how we can hear color changes and how certain things are enhanced or I guess minimized depending on the instrument choices. Like I personally find that the piano has a more of a raw quality, but the violin has a more emotional quality to the sound. You know, the piano is a little bit more. How do I phrase this? Piano tends to be more well, because it's a percussion instrument, there tends to be more like it's more of a bare bones. I think because of the percussive nature in it, there's more implicit, like it's more direct. Whereas with the violins, and this is a string quartet, arguably, so you hear obviously there's nuance because the harmonies get fleshed out and pulled out more because of the different instrumentation. So naturally this, also the violin, you know, being a string instrument, has a more legato connection to note to note. So there's a sadness that wavers there within each individual, you know, the way that we bow and up and down, like there's an inherent feeling there of sadness that's maybe more pervasive than the piano. But the piano has a more the piano is a little bit more raw, and I think because of it being the solo instrument and there's still a lot of lilt within the piano. It's very interesting, and I think both work obviously, but yeah, it's really nice. Oh, then the guitar. Mm-hmm. And then again, too, with the guitar there, and you have a different sound as well. And that's obviously a plucked instrument. You know, it's interesting how the sounds of different instruments really, really, really shift and change the ambience. Now, of course, you know, we're used to, you know, acoustic covers of popular media and things. And I think, you know, acoustic covers always have a nice touch to them. And it's very interesting to get this, it has a sleepy feel to it, and I think in some ways the guitar is probably the most melancholic of the three, and I think in part is that like maybe it's also like our cultural lexicon, like guitar, you know, it's sort of a common instrument. Of the three, I would say that probably the strings are the most emotional, but the guitar is the most naked, probably the most raw. Whereas the piano, I think, struggles in that sense. Even though piano is my preferred instrument, I would say that there's a sound in that ends up feeling very like, I don't know. It's almost like it's a little bit protected, whereas in the guitar is very exposed. You know. Hey Marco, which of your current fave off of Replicant? Kind of Salvation's always gonna be my favorite for that. You guys, I'm going to run to the restroom really fast. Sorry. I'd be back. We still have a lot to get through. Yeah. All right, hey guys, sorry about that. All right, let's pop over. I'm gonna eat some snacks while we listen. You know what's funny? I had a NieR Gestalt playlist 5 years ago called NieR Sleep, and all of these tracks play there, and it's very easy to go to sleep listening to this. Oh god, I love this song. I'd say I prefer Gestalt to Replicant. Hi, Lorenzo. I find Gestalt to be a little bit more raw, less orchestration. Feels a little bit more deliberate in the way that it approaches the storytelling of the sadness through the music. It's extremely subjective. Some of the reworkings in Replicant have a little bit. They're a little bit fuller. And some of the orchestration stuff makes a big difference as well for my personal taste. I really love that song. I forget what that song is called. Oh no, I meant music only. Yeah, Ashes of Dreams has like 8 versions. Hello. There's so many versions. But it's interesting how the faster tempo doesn't make it sound like it's still melancholy, it's still sad, right? But the slightly faster tempo, the momentum is actually really, really, it changes it. I mean, it's basically a lo-fi cover, but I look like a tired dad you saw on a road trip to Wyoming? That's not good. I'm not that tired. I'm just chilling. Well, fuck. I love this. Just until the first ending. I have played NieR though. By all means. Yep. I love that. I love that. Very classically written there. And then we go up. Ah. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. What's my favorite genre of music? I mean, I think we're listening to it. just a guess. I think we're listening to it. I think we're listening to it. I think we're listening to it right now. Video game music. That's the Dark Kaiju Colossus, right? Yeah. I just love the beat up. Is that when the shade, the giant shade, is invading the town right before we go to the church? Yeah, all right, that's what I thought. Right. I don't think you can call VGM a genre. You'd be surprised. Honestly, I'm not even entirely sure what genre this particular sound is. Especially with the percussion. Love the harmonies. You think it's jazz? It feels almost like a slowed down. I'm really bad at defining genres within. Yeah, it has like a samba almost, but it's not. It's not at all. I think because of the percussion. Kichi Okabe genre. Or bossa nova is what I mean. Sorry, not samba. Bossa nova, yeah. Thank you, bossa nova. Bossa nova's Brazilian. Is samba Brazilian? Bossa nova's definitely Brazilian. Oh, and samba's a Brazilian dance. Right. Samba versus bossa nova. Relaxed style of samba developed in the late 1950s. Oh, it's a style of samba. Oh, samba's the overarching. Oh, my goat. I love this song. God. This is a song that changed my life. What? I never picked up on the subtle ooh vowels in the back. What? You know, when I went to the concert, Emmy told me afterwards that kind of was for me when she sang it. I thought it was so sweet. Because she knows that this song like totally changed my life. Bossa nova isn't just a type of samba. Well, I was just basing it off of what I saw on Wikipedia there. I figured it was it's kind of Salvation is one of my favorite songs. And this was the first thing that I started talking about. Bossa nova was influenced by jazz standards. Cool. Why no new game? I don't know. Man, I love Kind of Salvation. Or, well, that's Kind of Salvation. Oh, I forgot about this version. This is the picked up version. What's this one called? Kind of Salvation and shit, I can't remember the name of this. This is Kinda Escape, that's it. I love how just the increase in tempo leaves us with more, you know, oomph and agitation and excitement. Yeah, I love the impetus in that. I love the drive, momentum in that. I usually skip this one. Not because it's bad, just because. Yes, okay, this is the forest one, that's right. Yeah, I'm not crazy about the forest section either. You know what's interesting is the notes here sort of exude the kind of peace in them. Like throughout this entire thing, we rarely get like a true sense of calm, right? And I feel like this is one of those instances where we really do feel like that spacious, not so much in the sense of adventure like we do with Hills of Radiant Wind or whatever it's called, but what we end up getting here is this like, it's real like, it's an exhale. You know, there's a sense of relaxation in that, which is, I find, very rare in the soundtrack. Yeah, I saw D'Angelo died, yeah. Also there too, I mean, again, the subtle vocals essentially create the same feeling, you know? It is so beautiful. I've never heard this before. Which field theme is this, though? I mean, it definitely has the Hills of Radiant winds in there. Oh. Song of the, okay. Because in the 15 Nightmares of them, I don't think so. Is that a 2B figure in the background? Yeah, right there. I got Bloodborne. I got the Hunter directly below her. Next to her is actually Alpha from Punishing Gray Raven. A Moogle. It's a picture of. It's a little thing of my dog and I. Up top is caked Bulbasaur and yeah, War Greymon's there, of course. And then next to him is Volt, and then actually right here is Freerin. Oh, you can't really see it right up there. Is Freerin in a mimic. Yeah, simple stuff. Oh, and then there's a ripped Snorlax right there, and a buff Pikachu, and some family photos. That's the cat from. Oh, here's Song of the Ancients. Yeah, this is yeah, peak. There's a little thing from Monster Wilds, a delivery Moogle, BV. It's Phoebe. I do love this version. I've just never taken it out of the box. Yeah. The strings, I just want to talk a little bit about the strings here, because I feel like the impetus and the strength comes through from the strings. You know, like, yes, the rhythm and the percussion moves us along, but the thing that really, like, I think stands out and makes us sort of stand a little bit on the edge of our seat is ba-dee-da-be-da, ba-dee-da-be-da-be-da-be-da. And the strings are so extra. It's true, but I think with those, they add an element of tension and also sort of release, especially because of the way that the pattern is as we descend downward. It's almost like our sword is clashing down, so there's this like kind of they create a sense of momentum, even though the percussion also does that for us. And it's interesting how Song of the Ancients is so thoughtful, you know, so having this agitation in it, it's interesting because it still retains its elegance, even though it has obviously a much faster momentum, you know. The Patreon music cue. Well, in this case, this is an entire soundtrack, so there's no cue. But if you do exclamation song list, you can see all the songs I've heard before. Although I like listening to songs more than once. Also the guitar here, it really is agitated as well. Because just like strumming and repeating the chords. There's also some really interesting, like, background extra little things, like the bells in the back. It's sort of like, it almost sounds like, kind of like gamelan, not exactly, but what's a gamelan? That's a gamelan. It's like it's a mallet instrument. Yeah, you know, that song's interesting to me because it has a natural like enthusiasm in it, and so the question becomes like, is it just negative? You know, because obviously it's a battle theme and everything's kind of thrust into high gear, but it's was wondering how Marco could turn this into an esoteric D's nuts joke. I'm capable. But yeah, so it's interesting because Song of the Ancients itself is very like thoughtful and not very like negative or agitated, even though in this particular case, because we have the percussion movement and stuff, it kind of, you know, it kind of sits a little bit differently, but it still has this kind of triumphant quality to it. It doesn't feel like really dangerous. I actually don't know what's happening in context there. I don't want to know actually, but I find that kind of interesting how it's not so bad. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like, it's like, okay, something's not great, but at the same time, like it's the Song of the Ancients. So there's this like positivity in the sound, kind of. Honestly, I could sit here all day and listen to what you have to say about game OSTs. Well, that's nice. I appreciate that. I don't feel like I'm saying anything too seismic here, but we're having fun at least. Oh yeah, this one's funky. Wow, Pokemon Legends ZA, 81 on Metacritic. How will Twitter survive? 81, that's kind of low. Oh. It's higher than Scarlet and Violet, actually. It's cool because the organ is like deformed, so it's not a pure hymn, you know. It's twisted. There's a manipulation in it. There's this sort of like veil over top of the organ, so we don't actually retain the purity of the sound, and even the vocals, they're all like kind of compressed and you know, it feels almost like this unholy ritual. I know there's a big twist here. I just don't fully know it, like what it is. Nice little nice little waltz version of nice, pretty. And it's interesting because we get the same theme, but now it's like decay. Now it's like stripping away all the bullshit, you know? It's pulling apart tearing apart the seams, you know? It's very interesting. Also, hi guys, sorry I didn't say hello. A lot of you have popped in the last couple hours. Sorry, I've been just kind of listening and vibing. Hope everyone's having a very good Tuesday. also think stuff like this showcases desperation. It's interesting how we strip away everything and then we leave with just the vocals and the percussion. And I wonder too if in that moment it's like this is the moment. There's this do or die thing where I think it's an interesting choice to pull back and get rid of all the string and just expose it to just the vocals and the humanity and the percussion, which is the angst and the forward momentum. You know what I mean? It's cool. And see that this one's naturally. Oh wait, chat. Wait, before we go on, can I watch this really quick? My editor uploaded a short. It's called Gooners. Weeping Belle's got some big old lips. Oh no! I told her to do this. Oh my god! Terrible. I hate you. Listen, I have no problem with the Gooners coming for Digimon. The only reason I said that is because of this tweet that should not have gotten 800 likes or be seen 30,000 times. Gooners, look what Digimon can give you. Weeping Belle's got some big old lips. That's one of my mods. What the fuck? That's hilarious. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I gotta send that to Tom. Oh, that's... Oh, this is... That's Whiplash, sorry. Emile Despair? Yes. Oh, Karma. Oh, wait, listen to this. Bum, 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 bum. That's really a finale. Wait a second. Nope, I'm not going to ask a question. Listen. Love that. You know what's also interesting to me? We never lose Emile's youth, Emile's sadness, Emile's spirit. We still, even though like we're put in a situation where I'm assuming we have to fight Emile. I think we do fight Emile. I think we fight him in part 1, or no, we fight him. Fuck, I don't remember, dude. Also, like at what point, what part of it is not spoiled for me at this point, living on the internet. But regardless of that, there's this. We don't lose the sense of innocence and the sense of youth, despite being put in a circumstance that is less than ideal for a child. We still get this a child. We still get sadness. You know what I mean? even though it's got momentum. And I kind of love that. I kind of love that it's like, regardless, it doesn't matter that Emil's, 10 or whatever. You know what I mean? I like that. Because it doesn't lose sight of the naivete, even though it has angst and tension and stress in it with the percussion and stuff. It doesn't lose its way. I love this shit, dude. Oh, that. Yeah, let's listen to that again. Wait. I love that. I already pointed it out, but it's actually really cool how we get the chords bum 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 bum. I think that's such a neat way to accent stress. Rim bum bim bum bim. Will you do sometimes the Replicant soundtrack? Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't be opposed. I have a Switch 2 that is accumulating dust. I'll probably buy Legends ZA though and play that. Maybe I'll stream it so that I don't feel like it's been a total waste. Although I have been playing Fate Stay Night on it, so I guess it's a visual novel machine. And Splatoon 3. I do play a lot of Splatoon 3. Right. Isn't that cool? Bum. So that's actually another way to showcase tension. So not just the percussion, but bam bum. Bum bum beam bum beam. Isn't that fun? Oh yeah, I'm sure the story is very meaningful. I won't be too. I won't stress it. But yeah, I did see that. Unfortunate. I think they mean the remake. All right. Oh, here's Despair. They've actually changed, based on the reviews I read, they changed up quite a bit because it's not about getting the badges anymore. It's a little bit different. I almost certainly have listened to that. Syndicate. And I think like I mentioned in my original video that you can check out over at marcomeatball.com / wait, no. Bad promo. YouTube.com / Marco Meatball. The thing that actually I really should do marcomeatball.com / YouTube. That would be genius. File that one away. But one of the cool things about this, well, I don't know if it's cool, but one of the neat things about this piece is that we never really lose the brokenness in the sound. And so even though we have the child singing, there's this like decay that occurs even in the sort of ostinato do dee da dee da dee da dee do dee da dee. So the vocals in this are the part that I think is the most sumptuous, and the cello really helps because it's lower. I think the cello really helps buoy the sadness of the strings. Of the voice line. Also, the cello. So it's interesting. The cello and the voices actually move somewhat in unison. And so there's actually like this buoying and the support that the cello plays with the voice, even though ultimately I think the cellos are what add to the sadness of the piece. This sort of, the brokenness of it really comes from the cello. Obviously, I think that the melody itself is very obviously it's a boy, it's a child, so there's an innocence in the sound inherently because of the vocal range, but also no vibrato, but also too just like you just feel like it's just this brokenness. What the hell did I say about this 3 years ago? Can I just see? Sometimes it's funny. People get mad at me. They're like, "Wow, you don't really talk that much about stuff," and it's like, bro, I've been doing that since I started. Nothing has changed. Where is it? Emil Sacrifice. Hold on.
Am I emotionally prepared to talk about Emil Sacrifice?
Oh, shut up. What did I say? Oh, I started to cry. Okay, well, this was like a month after my dad died.
I love this song. I love the cello ostinato underneath.
Okay, yeah.
Sort of supporting it. I love this string quartet. It's very simple. It's all kept very naked and raw. Mm-hmm. I think the use of a child soloist is genius. Why do I think that? Why do we love children so much? Because they have innocence. As I mentioned, it feels like the loss of innocence. It feels like the being forced to make a decision that is difficult for the sake of your friends, for the sake of your family, for the sake of living a true life. There's a gentle tenderness here, being that the child soloist, when we go up to the upper register there, I've had people tell me that I don't sing well because they hear this and think that this is opera singing. Please educate the masses. it's not that the child in this particular recording struggles, but when we hear the child soprano, there's a sense of risk, of vulnerability. And this piece is very raw, and the reason why it affects us is that there is both happiness in here and also sadness. Sadness because life changes.
That's what I just said. Oh, I haven't changed in 4 years. Hey, I'm consistent. Yeah, it's true. This Emil's Sacrifice is interesting to me because it has, again, the cello is the thing that makes it sad. It's not so much the vocal line of the child. Dee da 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 dee da. Like, I suppose that's a melancholic vocal line, but it's not that bad. Have I listened to Song of the Ancient? Yes.
And sacrifices need to be made, and we grow up, and when we grow up, we become cold and bitter and jaded.
So this is me talking after losing my dad. So I was a little bit more raw in these videos, I will say. 4 years later, I'm not anywhere near as raw as this. So that's interesting. So, I mean, I talk the same way now. It's very interesting to see how things were at the very beginning versus how they are now. Hey, Phoenix, thanks. Here I was attributing to the sadness of growing up. Yeah, which is I think also very fitting, because I think the piece really. Well, see, I can't wait to do this reanalysis videos that I'm planning, because I'm just going to talk to myself. I'm very excited.
And we experience loss, and so we bury our hearts. Children don't know how to do that necessarily, and so when we hear a child sing like this, there's the feeling of a child that is self-aware, which is just, it's sad, because children should live innocently. Children should not have to make sacrifices.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, this piece is really about growing up, you know? Yeah, that's really interesting. Because he's right. Well, honestly, you know what's crazy? Hey, merci la France, bonjour. J'espère que tout va bien. There is something to be said about going up into the upper register. Because why would we go up, you know? And that's the questions. These are the questions that we have to ask ourselves. Why would Okabe-san write that? Beep, bop, beep, bop, beep, and then repeat it. Bop, beep, bop, beep, bop, bop, bop. Because the resolution isn't inherently negative. The resolution is just a resolution. Ba beep ba beep ba ba ba. You know what I mean? So what's the deal? I think it's very interesting. A time capsule video in 5 years. Man, I hope I'm still doing this in 5 years, you guys. You never know. You never know. Everybody might get tired of me, and I'll have to retire and go work at a DoorDash. Hey, what's up, Rosgrease? I love that song. It's so gut-wrenching. Oh boy. Oh boy. A dirge? I mean, you could. To me, I wouldn't. I don't think that this really has a classification besides the fact that it's just something that sounds predominantly in to me it's more based on like Catholic or church hymn, more of a hymn than anything crazy. I really don't necessarily think that it doesn't really have like a description, a specific model of movement. The thing is like you could take this anywhere. No, don't stop. I hear that all the time. You could take this and apply it to a Catholic mass, and it would work unbelievably well, which is kind of disturbing, but also really interesting that it's really, really, really connected to that idea of religiousness. And I lost everything you said after predominantly. I don't even remember what I said though. I have ADHD. I just say shit. What did I say, chat? I said something. It's not a dirge. It could be a dirge. It's basically like church. I would just attribute it to like a church hymn. Yeah. It was nothing too deep. I love how fucking hard the organ goes. Yeah, I need to, honestly, I'm such a fan of the IP that I really need to find the time to just sit down and play it. Especially because I truly do love the music. And you know what, I think on listening to this, and I've listened to this like countless times at this point, at least 30 times, at least. And the thing that I'm most struck by throughout this piece is the fact that, actually I think that, now I do think we're staring a revelation in the face, But I think this is actually psychosis. You know, this is, it's like totally losing control. And there's a merging and there's a disintegrating of the lines and everything that we felt, we knew, we don't know. And it's like when the percussion comes in, we rip apart the confines of that very rigid Baroque movement that we experience for most of the game when it comes to choral works. And we think all the way back to Snow and Summer, it's very regimented, very, very rigid, very, 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 very locked in, very form focused, very standard, right? So when we strip away all that, this is like the unraveling. This is when it kind of almost feels like if you were to rip open your chest and everything just pours out of you, it's almost like there's no holding back, or it's like you become something different, and it's almost like the form and the free form totally lose sight of each other. One tries to overtake the other. It reminds me a little bit of in Fate Zero. I think it's Kadia, the guy that has to swallow the fucking worms and shit. Ooh. It's almost like that, where Kadia is fighting himself. So he's got the truth and who he is versus like what is inside him that allows him to like summon Berserker and be this thing. You know what I mean? God, what a good fucking show. All right. Ashes of Dreams, English version.
Once there were trees full of birds, meadowlands vibrant with flowers, carefree the songs our children once sang, gilding our minutes and hours. Clouds came and covered the sun, the breath of a baleful unease, turning to ashes, flowers in the fields.
They're hard to listen to because they're sad.
Silence the birds in the trees.
Yeah, they're very heavy.
Hidden so deep in veils of deceit, imprisoned.
I mean, I would much rather listen to a lo-fi version of the soundtrack or something different, because this shit is sad as fuck. Hey Kyle, what's up? In some ways, I find this much sadder. Than Weight of the World. Personally, I much prefer this. I like Weight of the World, but this is more desperate. This is more desperate angst.
Strive till the phantoms are broken. Fight till the battle is done. The squadrons of night can't conquer the day. No shadows extinguish the sun.
because there is a ramp. There is a ramp up of intensity and sadness. It feels very, very, very heavy and very palpable. And then a little bit of hope. Steam ping? Get out of here. No such thing. Like this is hope. This is hope. I should cover this. What the fuck am I talking? What am I doing? I should cover this. Shit, I should cover this.
Hidden so deep in veils of deceit, imprisoned in twisting spells, are we the plaything of fiends?
It's very talky here, so it's less it's more gut wrenching because it's basically spoken. And then she picks up right away. I will. This is the first and last. Where does Ball X Pit come out? See, because it also, notice that it ends in optimism. It doesn't end in full sadness. Oh, in 21 hours. Okay. You know, it doesn't end in complete brokenness. It ends actually with like, it kind of extends and it's not dead. You know what I mean? It kind of suspends out, and I think that's really, really gorgeous. I mean, you know, the NieR soundtrack again, comparing it directly to Automata is kind of difficult. But what I would say is, what I admire about it is that it's there's just a lot of form. It's quite a journey, even though, much like the Prototype soundtrack, to go all the way back. Prototype soundtrack also did that very well. Well, now I don't think that the Prototype soundtrack is nearly as emotionally and musically complex, right? That's not to diminish from the Prototype soundtrack, because that wouldn't be fair. But they both actually share similar ideas musically, where everything, even though I think NieR is much more listenable out of context, the journey emotionally, musically is similar. The soundscape is consistent. And I think like that's ultimately like the biggest and most important issue when we're talking about writing and composing video game music. How do we make sure that it keeps this overarching story experience and musical experience alive? And I think that's very cool. Obviously, I much prefer the NieR soundtrack, even though it was interesting to listen to Prototype today. NieR is just like so effortless, and I do still think I prefer Automata, just because Automata is a little bit less in the box. Automata is less constrained. Hola, Colombia, ¿cómo estás? Todo bien aquí. Muchas gracias. So I think it's just really beautiful. It's really beautiful. So I'm gonna hang out for a little bit longer, you guys, but that's officially the end of listening to NieR and Prototype. I appreciate you guys coming by. Patreon.com/MarcoMeatball if you want to support the channel, watch some anime with me, whatever. Chat in the VIP Discord, whatever, the usual shit, you know how it goes. I wanted to just hang out for a little bit and play some games for a little bit of time, just because I enjoy streaming. There's this game that is making the rounds right now that is actually really fun, called Final Sentence, and it's a battle royale for typing, and I've not been able to do it on my actual keyboard, and I have a competitive problem. I don't expect you guys to hang out. By all means, you guys, you're welcome to stay if you want. No problem, Michele. I assume you're Italian, Michele. Thanks, Astro. I appreciate that. No, I could also try that too in a second. My pleasure. My pleasure. I want to see if I can actually do this better on my keyboard. Non ti preoccupare. How many languages do I speak? I speak Italian. I speak. Fuck. Oh no. Oh no. I gotta get used to this. Oh, okay. Fuck! Oh my god, my fat fingers.
Also send this like this.
Oh, NieR manga? Thank you so much. Oh my god, I'm in 10th place. It's over.
Congratulations. You have won. The other players will now be eliminated.
Thank you. Hey. No, I need to read that. I need to read that. Is the manga good? Also novels? What do you mean the novels? Do they just enjoy your Silk Song? Always good. Thank you, Eduardo. This is called Final Sentence. It's a demo. It's a typing battle royale. Echo/15 Nightmares. Word. It's called Final Sentence. It's a typing game where you have to be the fastest typer and not make any mistakes. This is not an ad, no. Oh, I didn't realize that. There's a bunch of novels and 4 manga volumes. That sounds really fun. Maybe after I read Demon Slayer, I could pop over.
Welcome, contestants. The game begins now.
Oh, my fat fingers. Oh my god, I'm really bad at... Oh! Shit, I'm in 11th place. It's over. Fuck. I've never played NieR Incarnation now. I'd like to. I know, it is hard to keep straight.
Welcome, contestants. The game begins now.
Oh, follows A2, really? Tomatoes, 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 I fucking love Sekiro. Cuckmer. Fuck! Fuck! Shit. Whew. I like cuckmers. Cuckburms. Look how fast number 1 is so far ahead. I was in 5th.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's
Player
online,
number
yeah.
two.
No, this
You
is
have
versus
won.
real people.
The other players will now be eliminated.
Pro Typer's gonna love this game. No, it's a battle royale. What's my typing speed? 98.2? What's the 98.8 was my max? I mean, I feel like that's very average. Words per minute, 60? I mean, I assume these are real people. Maybe these are all. Wait, maybe.
Welcome, contestants.
Then
The
again,
game begins
oh, maybe it is.
now.
Maybe it is NPCs.
Welcome, contestants. The game begins now.
I think it's real people though. Have you noticed that since Balatro, there's been a lot more like there's been a lot more like gambling roguelikes. I kind of love them. Shit. Yeah, Clover Pit. Clover Pit is the one that came to mind. Oh, they've always been... Oh, they've always been... Shit! Epistory? What's that? Yeah. I think they might be real people, you guys, because... Do these look like real names? I can't tell. I think yes. Oh, it is real people? What's... What is considered a good typing speed? At least 40 WPM. What is a good typing for speed? A slow typing speed is below 20. An average typing speed. Man, I can't even imagine someone typing really fast. Ask Grok. You wouldn't be on a spectator if they were NPCs? I guess that's true. Are there really this many people playing this, though? That's kind of preposterous. I wonder how many... Hold on. Oh, you can't see the...
The game begins now.
I was in second. I was in second. Oh, 1300? Oh, yeah, I guess it is. Yeah. 98.2. So that's... Win any match. Impossible. 64 words per minute? I'll take it. Thanks, XO. 1,800 people is enough to do this. Yeah. I'm just surprised at how quick it is, you know? I love games like this. You know, I think it's so interesting to have something that is, like, just different.
Just wanted to give a shout out for convincing me to play Stellar Blade. Favorite
fuck yeah.
this year, and the
Thanks,
best is
dude.
Automata.
That's terrific. I'm so happy. Isn't it such a good soundtrack? You bitch ass mother. I use 2 fingers. Actually, let me see. I use 3 fingers.
Congratulations, player 2. You have won. The other players will now be eliminated.
I have no idea how people do the like proper like QWERTY, and I also didn't know that the little things on the keyboard are home base. Had no idea. Had no idea that the little if you look on your keyboard, I don't know if you guys knew this, but on your keyboard there's the little on F and J there's the home row. Yeah, had no clue. No clue. Can I even win? No. No, I cannot. They force them to place their hands in the middle of the keyboard and reach out the closest finger. Some people don't know. I didn't know about F and J until this year.
Welcome, contestants.
This year was when I discovered it.
Now.
What the fuck? Oh! Please, sir, give me another chance. Oh. This one is harder with one finger. Jesus Christ. This one's tough. Alright.
Congratulations, player 40.
So you would do
The other
que.
players will now be
So you would go 5 4 3. You would go 5 4 3. You would go 5 4 3. Like you would go QUE QUE QUE. You went into the rabbit hole for a few months to learn how to type? Anyway. Do the other players cheat? I don't know. And they immediately take you to survey. It's a very intriguing game. I have to be honest with you. What time is it? 3:30. Okay, I'm gonna hop off. Thank you guys. Tomorrow we'll have a lot more Digimon. Tomorrow I'll be Digimon after my X-ray. So fingers crossed that my foot is back to normal. That will be all day tomorrow, and then Thursday will also be Digimon. Now we did NieR today. Friday's our listening stream as always. You're always welcome to join. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys later, okay? Have a sure, I'll try one. Sure. Why not? Typing club. Cool. Nope. 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 What? Sorry. But I have no idea what that is. Oh, Mario Kart. What? Yeah, no, I had no idea. All right, that's fun. I'd like to do more of that. All right, you guys. See you later.